when they're filthy.
Mr. Klein, let me see what your shirt says on the inside. I didn't get the phone message. I didn't get the email.
I don't know, but you got the wrong color blue there, Mr. Klein.
Take that coat off. I've washed it. It doesn't matter. When they turn that thing on up there, it should be.
I picked mine up and put it back down. Okay, good morning. Would we all please stand for an invocation provided by Commissioner Barr, and then we will follow that with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Bow in attitude of prayer. Gracious Heavenly Father, thank you for this beautiful day. Thank you for the opportunity to serve. And Lord, just as we meet with the Agricultural Extension Agency here yet today, we pray for our farmers and for the agricultural community, for all the hard work, dedication, and the toil that they put in. Pray for their safety and well-being. Lord, just guide us and direct us here today. We pray in thy name. Amen.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. I'd like to call the Washington County Board of County Commissioners June 19th, 2018 meeting to order. With that, I'd like to ask for the approval of the June 12th, 2018 minutes.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for the approval of those minutes. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? 5-0. Was he here for those meetings? I can't remember. Okay. I'd like to have, let me get my information sheet out here. It says oath required. Do you have the one without the oath? Here it is. I have it. Okay, next on the agenda is a public hearing concerning agricultural preservation easement rankings for 2019. The purpose of the hearing is to hear public testimony concerning the matter. The procedure is as follows. We will first have staff introduce the matter, after which the hearing will be open for public comment and testimony. Each speaker will be given a maximum of 3 minutes to testify. After everyone who wishes to speak has done so, the hearing will close. The commissioners may then discuss the issue and take any action that they deem appropriate, including adoption or rejection of the proposal, or they may take the issue under advisement and deliberate at a later date. And now I'd like to ask Mr. Seifert and Mr. Boggs to present the information. Good morning.
Good morning. I'll just give a little bit of a background and the criteria of what we're doing today. Then Chris is going to go over the individual properties here. The Maryland Ag Land Preservation Program is the cornerstone of our land preservation efforts. It's been around for going on its 41st year. It is a true production ag program. We don't get involved with the historic environmental features. We go strictly for the ag values. We buy development rights and permanently protect these farms from development. We always have many times more applicants than we do money available. Although the good news recently, as I've mentioned before, Governor Hogan is restoring funds that had been previously diverted. And for this year, we're going back to annual cycles. We should total about $3 million counting county and state funds. So of the 30 people who had requested to apply, we only ended up with 19 completed and signed applications. But that still is far more than we'll be able to buy. Probably we'll be able to purchase 5 or 6. The state requests that we submit 12 to them for appraisal, and those will receive 2 appraisals in Annapolis. So to get to the point of the top 12, and we'll rank these 1 through 12. The Ag Board had a marathon meeting, about a 3-hour meeting, to carefully review all the information, and we have a set criteria. The commissioners have refined our priority ranking over the years so that 90% of it is actual data and only 10% is subjective, and even those 10 points require specific criteria for the Ag Board to review. It was so close this year that between, I believe it was 3rd and 4th place, there was 0.006 of a point difference. So we really cut to the chase on this to try to rank these properties. So once these are sent to Annapolis, they will determine title work and so forth to make sure the properties are legally sound, and then they'll do the appraisals on these 12, and they'll pay down that list until they run out of money. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chris for the properties.
All right, you all received your map and your list of the priority ranking, as well as the property owners. As Eric mentioned, there is a pretty specific criteria when it comes to ranking these properties. We talk about soils, agricultural status, things like proximity to other permanent easements, the size of the district, also proximity to urban growth areas. As far as being able to apply for these easements, you have to be in an ag district to start, and after that, it just comes down to how many points you score if you get your application in on time. You have your list ranking from 1 through 19 of the applications we finished this year. You can look across the list and see how they rank and all the points they receive. Now, do you have any questions about any specific properties?
Okay, any questions from the commissioners on the?
Just more of confirmation. There's 2 appraisals. They're not done by county, and they're done through Annapolis.
They take the low bid, statewide bid, and for some reason, most of these appraisers end up coming from around Ellicott City area. And then they come up and get information from us, go to the properties, and they'll do 2 appraisals. If they differ by more than 25%, they'll order a 3rd appraisal.
So what I'm getting at is not us setting the price.
No.
We're using proper channels to do a fair appraisal of market value.
Correct.
Any other questions or comments?
I just got a comment. I guess Julie's taking pictures of this with our shirts on here today. But how many, the dollars that are available, I guess we don't know that yet.
We're estimating for Washington County, we'll have about $3 million. The state has $50 million, but we contribute to what they call the 60-40 match. We put up 40%, they match with 60 for a portion of that money. So when you run down through the money, we're estimating $3 million. In fact, we'll be coming back to you here this fall to make that 60-40 match commitment.
Okay, so having said that, and looking down our list, same. Fair?
Yes.
How far down that list we going?
We're hoping 5 to 7 properties.
So it is based on an appraisal of the farm per acre. That draws it down versus the first one you have with the Cybert farm is 71 acres, and the second one's 152, twice as big. But it's not necessarily going to be twice as much.
Each farm has its own separate appraisal, and each farm will have its individual per acre value for the easement.
But it's based on the farm, not on a croppable acre?
Correct.
Correct.
The appraisals are highest and best use. Generally, that's how many houses are being extinguished, how many development rights are being extinguished on the farm. It's very rare that it would be other than that for the highest and best use.
Well, that's the heaviest influence.
So of the 3 million, the county would have to provide 40% of that 3 million?
Well, no, what they do, they split that state fund of 50 million. 25 million is divided equally between all 23 counties. Then the other half is only for counties doing the 60-40 match, and we're one of them.
The funding comes from transfer tax, right?
Well, there's a variety of sources. Ag transfer tax, and then some general real estate ag transfer tax. There's general fund money, program open space money. It's a variety of sources.
Okay, so what will the county spend on this program?
We are estimating that we'll contribute $330,000 to $350,000.
So it's contribute, not spend.
It will be contributed with money we have in hand. And it'll be from the ag transfer tax in hand and installment payment program money in hand.
And this money's
Not our general fund.
No.
no, this is already monies that are earmarked for specifically for ag preservation.
The general fund money is only state money that goes into their mix, not ours.
Okay, any other comments, commissioners? Okay, we'll now open the hearing for public comment. Anyone wishing to testify, please come forward. Okay, last chance for commissioner questions.
Just a question. When the applicant receives this, it is taxable, is that correct?
Correct. Capital gains tax.
Exactly.
Some have none, some have a heavy dose.
So, in theory, you know, as much as 30% of this is coming back into the system.
Could very well.
Right.
And some of them get involved with the 1031 exchanges, and we're in the middle of all that too.
Okay, last chance, commissioners. Public hearing is now concluded,
Wrote all over yours.
and if we're looking to move forward today, we'll need a motion to do so, and we'll need the motion as presented. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? 5-0.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Okay, it looks like next on the agenda, at some point, we're going to be providing a proclamation to our county clerk, Vicki Lum. And I just want to say that I've been here almost 12 years now, and the commissioners have been very, very blessed with outstanding clerks. And Vicki Lum has just been extremely exceptional as a clerk for the county commissioners, in my opinion. She makes sure our calendars are full. She makes sure that we have more events that we can attend. She does just about what she does. She does everything that you ask of her. And, you have just been a remarkable clerk. And I don't know how your husband puts up with you. So, he's present here today also, but you're just, you're going to be tremendously missed. And, and every county commissioner, everybody in the county loves you. You're just a special person. So, I'd like to, before I present the proclamation and a gift, I'd like to ask each commissioner provide an opportunity for you to say a few words. Thanking Ms. Lum for all of her service.
Maybe or maybe
So
not.
we'll start with Mr. Kiefer.
Well, I haven't been a commissioner as long as Commissioner Baker. I've been here 2 years and a couple months, and I've seen how hard you work, not just for us, but for the citizens. You're a public servant for our citizens as well, and can't thank you enough for taking your time to help me out when I was new, to help get me acquainted with the county and staff and everything. I didn't realize I actually knew your husband long before I knew you as a chief judge at the elections in Hancock. Marty was our tech judge for a while, so he would come up and check out our polling precinct, and I developed an acquaintance with him, and then lo and behold, that was your husband when I came onto this role. So thanks for everything you do for us. Again, you help the citizens out just as much as we do. You're a big extension of county government, and big shoes to fill for whoever takes your seat. But thank you for everything.
Oh, go ahead. He's called you. Oh, you finish up? Okay. You'll have the last word. It's been an amazing 12 years. We've had a lot of fun together. And, the citizens don't see all the work that you put in behind the scenes. And I know particularly the night meetings and the setup and the recording and all the bags and all the peripheral stuff that over the years it's just been amazing. So, and I won't have anybody to share grandchildren pictures with anymore. So, you're going to be sorely missed, and wish you and Marty the best, and hope you can travel and have fun. So, thank you for your service.
I guess obviously I share the 4 years being here. I share the 12 previous years being in Annapolis with connections, somewhat of what we had. But I think back about you and Marty and the families and our connection way back. And I tell you, what you see is what you get with this young lady. She has been her testament to your family, to your mom and dad. And I think of the memories back, and I should be talking about my drag racing, all the things back at the Sunoco station and the different things with your, the families itself and knowing you personally, and as well as your husband, Marty. It's good. You're going to be missed. It's not often that we could, any company, any organization, whether it be the county here or any place, when you get, we were just talking about this morning back in the office, when you get quality people that leave us, we hate to see them retire, we hate to see them move on, but you've earned it. It's your time, and you've made your decision. You left on your terms, and that says a lot. And I know that the tears show that you hate to leave. And like I told you about that one bill down there in the house that gave a little extra for someone who wanted to stay on. So we got one more chance, just to maybe stick around for another couple of years. But we just want to say congratulations on your retirement, and I hope that you can put up with Marty and things go well.
We'll have an adjustment. Just
But
kidding.
thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It really means a lot.
I'd like to offer comments to Mr. Hovis, Mr. Slocum, if you.
A few words yesterday that I had a nice lunch to honor Vicki, but one of the greatest compliments someone can make upon someone in my mind is that to say you're a good person, and Vicki, you're a good person. It's been an honor to know you.
Mr. Slocum?
I know John has a lot to say because Vicki started with John. I've worked with you for a year and a half now, and I've really enjoyed seeing you let your hair down the last month or two as you relax. Your opinions, your thoughts, a lot of insight that I've gained from listening to you. So I appreciate you sharing those with us as staff, and a very enjoyable relationship. I don't think we're going to realize how much we miss your work until you're gone, because you make everything so smooth. And I'm not looking forward to that. So I will miss you as a person and you as the professional you are both. Thank you, Vicki.
And I won't have to worry about you leaving after dark by yourself anymore.
No, Jim was always watching. Thank you all.
And I would like to offer Mr. Martirон an opportunity to say a few words.
I usually do have a lot to say, but I might not be able to get through this very well. But Vicki, I mean, you know how I feel about you. There's not been a day county government that I've worked here that you weren't here. You and Vic, from the first day calling in the office, I said this story yesterday that I called in thinking I knew what I was doing, and I asked to talk to Vicki, and the first question was Vicki who, and not Vicki who, but Vicki which one, because there were two of them. But from day one, obviously, as long as I've been here, you've been here, and worked very closely in the county attorney's office. And as I told her 10 years ago when she applied for the clerk position, from my perspective, it was sad to see you leave my office, but I'm always supportive of someone who gets a great opportunity. And so we got to share you with the commissioners and with the rest of the county. I'll have more to say on Friday probably, but I want to thank you personally. big help to me personally and professionally. And I probably should stop talking before I get a tear in my eye. But thank you for everything. I hope to see you as we move on. And again, thank you personally and professionally. I appreciate it.
Well, I want to ask a couple more people.
Uh-oh.
We have staff members here. Any
Oh,
staff,
you're really pushing it.
care to provide a comment? Have anything to offer? Okay, and then we certainly have to provide her husband the opportunity to say a few words.
I will say that Vicki's been very fortunate for the last 20 years. She's had a job that she actually liked, and that's what every parent wants for their child, to find a job that you really enjoy. So she's enjoyed getting up in the morning and going to work. She's worked with people that she truly respected. And so everybody in the county, she has very deep feelings for. And one thing I look forward that I won't miss, I guess, when she retires is she would always come home and say, something really important happened at work today. However, I can't tell you. If I do, I have to shoot you. I'd always have to
I try
wait a
not
day
to
or
say
two
that too
until it
much.
surfaced in the newspapers. But thank you all for the kindness and the respect that you've shown Vicki.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, now, do
I
I
saw,
present this?
some typing going on there on the order. Do you want to take that up?
Or should I ask her?
Please.
You want me to present this first? You want me to present this first
Sure.
before you say a few words?
Sure, I can't imagine what that says.
Well,
I hope it's,
we do have a gift. I'm going to present the proclamation. Mrs. Lum, I always call her Mrs. Lum, even though
it does.
that's all I know. So then she'll get an opportunity to say a few words, and then we'll provide her with her gift. But to be fair about this, every county commissioner needs to be standing with me when I present this to you.
I might need another Kleenex.
I want to thank the county commissioners for joining me in the presentation of this proclamation. It's for Vicki Lum, our county clerk, resolution of appreciation. Whereas Vicki C. Lum was employed by the Washington County government from October 19th, 1998 to July 1st, 2018. And whereas Vicki Lum was appointed county clerk in July 2009 by the Washington County Board of County Commissioners and served in this capacity until retirement. That's really not accurate. She hasn't retired yet. Whereas Vicki C. Lum has provided sound, effective leadership for Washington County by holding true to her values and integrity while serving the citizens of Washington County. And whereas the Board of County Commissioners and Washington County staff members would like to thank Vicki Lum for her many contributions, dedication, and commitment to Washington County, Maryland. And now, therefore, we, the Board of County Commissioners of Washington County, Maryland, hereby proclaim sincere appreciation for Vicki Lum, County Clerk. Your efforts cannot be replaced. We can only learn by your example. Thank you for your many years of service to the Board of County Commissioners and to the citizens of Washington County. Again, just say thank you so very much. Now we can
My own proclamation. After years of seeing these and developing these, I really treasure my own proclamation. Thank you.
Go shopping.
Well, I guess I can speak definitely without a microphone.
Let me take a picture of you first.
Thank you all. I'm really, really touched, and I didn't expect this. And most of all, I'm so fortunate to serve someone that I didn't imagine I would ever see that done. I always admired Jody when she did it, and when the time came, I thought, okay, my skill sets will fit that. So I took it on, and I have thoroughly enjoyed it, and taking care of my needs and your needs, and I really have enjoyed it. I feel like I was put where I was supposed to be. So thank you for your friendship too. I appreciate everything. That's so sad part about leaving. And thank you for your support too. Everybody who supported me. And I'll miss your love. Thank you. Here it is. Thank you. I'm honored.
It's all yours, Marty. It's all yours, Marty.
You're going to take out my red nose.
Here's the proclamation.
Almost dropped her box.
I thought it played music. It don't play music.
Almost did back when I went to this.
I know.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
This is hilarious after all those years of making proclamations.
All that you.
So I love it.
I just want to get this.
Which my crap? Did I?
Oh, no, no, I'm just kidding. It's what it is.
I was watching a show last night. They made
It's very good.
some type of hot pepper sauce. It was 200
I'm gonna miss you. I don't know if I'll ever. Welcome back, and we'll start this afternoon's portion of the meeting off with Commissioner reports and comments. Commissioner Myers? Commissioner Barr?
Yesterday.
Commissioner Klein? Commissioner Kiefer?
Yeah, I have a few items. Since we didn't get to have commissioner comment last time, I just wanted to make a point that I attended the 110th birthday party of Ruby Staley, a lady at the nursing home in Williamsport. Ruby is, by most accounts that we can see, the oldest citizen in Washington County and one of the 60 oldest people in the United States, according to the Herald Mail. So that was really interesting to chat with her a little bit. She grew up on Washington Street here in Hagerstown, and she met her husband up at Penmar Park. So pretty great to see someone of that age and hear her experiences. I also had a chance to ride along with Meals on Wheels last week or the week before as well. I know a few of the commissioners got to do that back in April. I had to postpone because of the school board safety meeting I was attending, but I thank the Commission on Aging for sending that invite out to the commissioners. You know, we can see the budgets and we can see the numbers that come by us, but to see the people and how it impacts them, that's important too, to see that side of the equation. So I just thank the Commission on Aging for that as well, and that's all.
Thank you. For myself, most of you know C.J. Lovelace. I ran into him, and he's about to tie the knot. I think he's getting married this weekend, so don't hesitate to reach out and send him an email and wish him well. So that's C.J. Lovelace, the newspaper reporter. And also, I'd like to ask Mr. Slocum, Administrator Slocum, if it'd be possible on the money for Cascade that the county has spent. It's come out of the fund that we took over, much of the money. And I'd like to see a little bit of a breakdown before your administration, what money went where to the JGB group, JGBLI group, and also to what portion of those expenses went to county. You know, the county used when they took their trip with their employees and so forth over to South Korea. And I just think, you know, for me, I want to let our staff know that I think since you've become the administrator, you've done an outstanding job trying to keep the commissioners abreast of the requested Fort Ritchie. And I think you've brought everything in on a timely manner to the commissioners. You've laid the facts on the table to the commissioners, and you've left us make the decisions. So, and I just wanted to thank you for that transparency and working hard to get the information to the commissioners.
Thank you, sir. I'll report back everything I can find for you.
Okay, thank you.
And it was about a year ago. I need to thank a lot of the staff that we worked diligently in John's office too on the 63-acre transfer. That had to be done within a very short time frame, and it was done thanks to a lot of people that were in the county. So that was done so that they could go over last year.
Okay. And then on the lease for the commissary, has there been any discussions on that? We've received the lease information, but we haven't agreed to anything on that.
No resolution to date, sir.
Okay. Because I thought that had to be completed by a certain date.
They desire it to be done before they leave again, I believe, which is a June-July trip.
Okay.
I don't know if Jim has a specific date when they're this Saturday they're leaving. Yeah. So there's that, and there's the lease for the Hagerstown Airport land that would be required, and we were just at USM between Hagerstown Airport and USM where they would do the test grounds for the 1 to 3 acres. I don't believe that's been resolved either yet.
It's being worked on now, from what I understand.
Yeah, so that wouldn't
Okay.
before they leave anyway.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, any other commissioner reports or comments? I'm sorry. Okay. Reports from county staff. We have any staff here in the chambers that care to provide a report? Yes, sir.
What you're going to have before you, commissioners, is an update. It'll be 2 weeks before you come back into session 3. So a number of staff members that have been involved and coordinated are going to present to you information update on South County and all the efforts of staff, as well as others, to get things improved out there.
Yes, good afternoon. Scott Hobbs, Director of Engineering. Andrew, Chief of Design, is passing out some photographs for some of the repairs that we're working on at Chestnut Grove Road, Harper's Ferry Road, and Sandy Hook Road. First, so we're providing an update, as was mentioned, for the repairs that were done in South County. The first I wanted to share with you, at Chestnut Grove Road, the dewatering is complete. We received bids yesterday at 4 p.m., and we wanted to move immediately today to request, and my recommendation for the award to Pool & Sons Excavating from Middletown, Maryland. We received 5 bids for the project. That's to replace the pipe, the damaged pipe at Chestnut Grove Road, with new pipes, 2 larger pipes to handle additional flow in the future, concrete pipes. The one currently is a corrugated metal pipe that was damaged in the storm and clogged. So we'd like to move forward with that. 5 bids were received. The low bid was $502,768.90. The highest bid was $723,115. That was in line with the engineer's estimate. So that's my first request here. If we can move forward with a motion, that's my recommendation for the bid award for that. And we'd immediately start within 7 days, and then the contract would continue for 50 days.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. As a follow-up to Harper's Ferry Road, the contractor that dewatered the site at Chestnut Grove also performed. You can see there, it's a precast concrete wall at the southern portion, just south of Morgan Pine Road, southern portion of Harper's Ferry Road. We're diligently working on that project. Work should be completed the beginning of next week, so we'll have that road fully open. I'm going to turn it over to Andrew here with Sandy Hook Road, and he has some developments. You can see in the top photo, it shows a gabion basket retaining wall that we discussed last week. They're almost completion is done there for this week, and I'll turn it over to Andrew.
So the contractor, Roach Brothers, that was performing the gabion rockfall protection wall, finished their work at lunchtime today. We have highway crews down there that are cleaning the road, sweeping it. They had some additional tree trimming that they were performing, and beginning the sign installation. So we anticipate that tomorrow they'll be working down there, and that by Thursday the road will be reopened.
One lane of traffic with a stop and yield condition, and that's where we're working with Jim Sterling and Doug Levine in the highway department to get that set and ready for all the appropriate traffic control devices so that that road can be passable in the 1 lane. So we're going to share that. That was an update we just received today. We knew they were getting close on the work, but it looks on track for Thursday, and then we'll work with public relations on getting that word out to everyone.
That's a mudslide, right?
What's that?
Get in there to repair that mudslide then. That's a couple of the questions I've been asked.
Or when the Park Service comes in later? Yeah, they'll have to work around it. Part of the responsibility also is, as we do, we're going to reuse the stone, reuse some of the materials there. So there'll be an joint effort, but they'll be able to work around and deal with that. And for us, it's really the unknown of the schedule. We've asked over and over, what's their schedule, and not to know, to move forward in this, to get the road reopened. We'll deal with that when it comes to it. But we've always had a plan to help remove this when it comes to being, reuse it for other parts of the county for the repairs.
Yeah, I just would add to that. We've conveyed, the importance of this road and trying to minimize any future closure. So with that in mind, it could be used for various purposes as a backstop, so to speak. But we haven't yet to see any detailed plans for how they're prepared to remediate that situation.
But you all have already met with the engineers from the Park Service.
That meeting that did happen, it was actually last Tuesday, where their engineers came out on site, but they did not communicate any detailed plan. We haven't heard any since then. So that's really the latest, and that's kind of, we've been operating under this whole time. So we just thought, collectively it was best interest to move forward.
There's simply too much risk with the length of detour to risk the inevitable of time, not knowing when it would be, to not have that lane open. And across the board, and Jim's here too, working on Sandy Hook. Harper's Ferry at the extension of Sandy Hook. So fairly soon that whole entire section will be back open. So in addition to that, working with Charlie's office, letter was sent to the director of MEMA, which was then sent to the governor, which, if I'm not mistaken, was then sent to FEMA for request to reduce the contribution from 75-25 down to 90-10. So the contribution portion of the county would be reimbursed at 90% rather than 75, and we're hopeful that that will be successful. So that's a significant cost savings and difference. But I can't say enough to your staff here that's worked day and night on behalf of the county to get this road back open and everything else they've done. And Dan and Jim are back there too, so they deserve part of that. And Dave, as well, you have debris removal, and you've received 43.5 tons?
Yes.
43.5 tons of debris that was received at no charge to the deliverers of that. And your Mondays that you were open to accommodate that debris removal?
We were open all 4 Mondays in June and plan to go back to normal operating hours, which is Tuesday through Saturday as of 1st of July.
Okay, thanks. And Tim has one report on permits so far, and a reminder.
Tim Lung, Director of the Division of Plan Review and Permitting. As you know, immediately after the flood event, the county issued a press release indicating that all permitting fees related to repairs necessary as a result of the flooding would be waived. And as of that date, we have only actually received one permit application for work associated with flood damage, and that was associated with an electrical permit for a service reconnection on Bottler Road. And really, when you think about it, there's probably a number of reasons why there is only one, because as reported, the majority of the work immediately to get folks' lives back to normal was removal of debris, repair of driveways, things like that don't require permits. The stuff that does require permits, like redoing a basement that was flooded, a finished basement that was flooded, folks probably have to let that basement area dry out first and get their lives back together before they start thinking about what they're going to do to get things back to normal. So because of that, that fee waiver is good for 6 months, so that goes to the end of November. So we suspect that the number of permits that are going to come in related to the flooding will go up as time goes on and people get a better handle on what they actually want to do. So, and Rich Eichelberger, in charge of the construction division, he's been out in the field. He's talked to these folks. I think he also has an idea of what's been going on down there.
Rich Eichelberger, Director of Construction. As far as from the construction department, our role has somewhat diminished over a period of time because we have visited most of the places that have been damaged. Again, most of it, as Tim and everyone's alluded to before, has been mostly debris and being more on the outside, such as the rock, the stone, the dirt, and things of that nature, not so much structural. Out of the service requests that we have looked at that are building related, there's only been 8 so far that we've even been notified of building related damage, and most of that's been very minor. Again, flooded basement kind of situation, a couple leaky roofs and things of that nature, but nothing that has been of a structural nature. So that's been one good thing about this whole process. If you can find a bright spot in it, would be that from a structural standpoint, unlike Clear Spring, that's been a plus. Our inspectors have been
stepping back a little bit from that because our need is not as great as what it was. We're still dealing with it on a daily basis, but not all day, every day like we had been previously for the last couple of weeks. From the CIP side, though, those inspectors will start to ramp back up with some of these projects that we are actually having done now. Now that we're actually going to construction, there'll be some involvement with that as well. Again, most of we checked all the roads, all the road connections to the private driveways to make sure that people could get in and out. That was the county's stance, that we would assure that the connections to from their driveway to the roadway at that point would be passable. We've done that and made sure that all that's been taken care of. And again, we're still here. We're still available if someone needs us, has a question, concern, or maybe it wasn't that big a damage at the time, but they still would like to have someone look at it. They reach out to us. We will most certainly reach out to them as well. Thank you.
And Carlos Summers of Mercy Management. On a daily basis, we're required to give to MEMA a status report of where we're at here in Washington County, which gets forwarded to the governor. And we've been doing that in addition to weekly conference calls on Friday morning at 9 o'clock to give them an update of where we're at. Last Wednesday, we had a one-of-a-kind, first of its type workshop at MEMA where we had Mercy Management staff there to hear from the state and federal agencies about any programs they may have to assist. And again, we went over what our situation was, the impact of Washington County, and had some very candid discussions with some folks on what they could do to assist us. The Small Business Administration opened up a disaster loan center today down at the Sharpsburg Ambulance Company to assist people that would want to take advantage of SBA loans that would cover some of the damage that may happen to their houses. And generally what we're doing is right now we're trying to maintain contact with the citizens. During our town hall meeting we had in South County, we only had around 24 residences that came forward and wanted to make contact, talking about any damage or any needs they have. We've been trying to stay in contact with each and every one of those residents on a regular basis to find out what the status is and to see if we can connect them with what we refer to as VOADs, volunteer organizations active in disasters, that could come in and help them with the clean out, the muck up, the repair of driveways and such like that.
Any questions for staff? Again, thank you all for everything you've done and getting everything moving forward and trying to get as close to normal as possible back down there in South County. So thanks to all of you.
Thank you. Not to interrupt, I think Jim has a very
Yeah, they were.
sorry.
They wanted me to come up there and give you a real quick brief. We scaled back operations just a little. We don't have the 5-6 crews down there. We've got the majority of the deep washouts taken care of, trying to make the roads safe again. We're running around doing some patching in the remote spots, the smaller stuff that the contractor's not going to be doing for us or for the county. We still got pipes to replace. I hate to even think about how many. 24 right now is a starting number that we're going to have to run through the South County and start replacing because of the damage. They're clogged, or we can't get them unclogged. We want to make sure we're trying to get, as calls come in, the citizens call us. We're running out trying to get some of these streams or swales put back where they were, get them cleaned out to keep the water contained so we don't have it run across the road, creating a bigger hazard problem. We still had debris to remove in some locations, but we're running around catching as much as we can and getting these pipes open. But we're going to be there for the long haul, and it's going to take some time.
Yep. So thank you, Jim.
Thanks.
Okay. Excuse me. Anyone and any other staff members in the chambers care to provide a report? Okay. County attorney issues.
Just one, Commissioners, in rezoning case RZ 18-001, Thomas Bennett and Hunter had requested the reclassification of 19.37 acres of property in Hopewell Valley from highway interchange to an industrial general zone. This was property that's located at the intersection or near the intersection of Halfway Boulevard and Hopewell Road. The property itself is owned by Chief, but Thomas Bennett and Hunter is the contract purchaser of that property. The commissioners came to a consensus to grant the requested rezoning. Accordingly, An ordinance to amend the zoning map for Washington County has been prepared, as well as a decision incorporating findings of fact and conclusions of law, which results in the grant of the piecemeal rezoning. So if the commissioners are so inclined at this point.
Was there any opposition to that? I don't think there was.
There was not.
Okay.
So if the commissioners are so inclined at this point, it would be appropriate to adopt the ordinance amending the zoning map, as well as the decision of findings of fact to grant the requested rezoning.
Motion.
Motion to approve the rezoning.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, Administrator, any comments, questions?
Just one quick one. Thanks to USM Extension for having us today, and that was my first visit out there of that nature of lunch. Had I known what was involved, I would have invited both Jim Sterling, who works for the Ag Board, and Leslie Hart, who is deeply engrossed in all ag, to be there with us today. So I apologize to those two, and thank USM Extension for having us there.
Don't forget them next year.
That's right. Yes.
Okay, boards and commissions? None? Okay, last chance for staff comments. Okay, moving forward, let's go to citizens' participation. Do we have any citizens here today care to participate? Come forward.
Donnie Ravis, 161 Brentwood Street, Hagerstown. Hey, we all know that early voting is going on, and as a candidate for county commissioner, I just wanted to commend the Washington County Board of Elections for the setup that they have, and they did a really fine job. I spoke with them a couple of times, and something came up to me in those discussions, and I said I would share them today. And that is that for their future, and I believe that you're all aware of this, commissioners, they'd like to have everything at their disposal in one setting. They think that would save a lot of time and energy and money. And so when I heard that and when we discussed it, I said I would share that with you.
What did you promise them?
I said I would look into it, and that I was open for it. So, and that's honest. So, but I think there is an advantage there. We have to be forward thinking, and we have to look over the next 10 to 20 years. And I think there'd be a pretty good savings as far as time and energy and grabbing all their supplies and instead of them all running around. So, I just wanted to share that, and I thank you.
Thank you.
Once again.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, anyone else in the front row? Okay. Are you today? Okay.
Commissioners, good afternoon. My name is Daniel Cross. I'm with Cross & Company out of Frederick, Maryland, and more particularly Cloverly Hill, LLC. For the record, the street address is 12305 Smithsburg Pike in Smithsburg, P.O. Box 766 in Smithsburg. As you know from when I was with you in January, Cloverly Hill owns 68 acres of ground at the corner of 64 and 77 in Washington County. That has now been annexed into the town of Smithsburg, and you granted express approval of the zoning conveyed by the town when we were here in January. I've provided you each a copy of my what weight paper. You also got it electronically last night. I would ask that it be entered into the record. And I'm not going to walk through it entirely. I'd like instead, as a businessman, to come to you and discuss the movement of capital in the American economy. Capital moves to where it finds honesty, where it finds integrity, transparency, and reliability. So as a businessman who's owned ground in Washington County for 14 years, I am dependent upon the planning documents that your government agencies issue and that you speak for. And to find that after years and years and years of planning for the Smithsburg wastewater treatment plant, and having had it included in the CIP for 9 years, that there's apparently discussion afoot to pull it back. I'm coming to share with you my concern that that undercuts those of us who wish to do business and grow things and lead to economic development in Washington County. The paper provides for you my supposition that what you're planting is the seeds for a harvest you will grow, you will reap in the future. By proceeding with CIP funding for Smithsburg Wastewater Treatment Plant, you get the nutrient trade-off with the Conococheague plant. That allows an incredible number of new EDUs in that urban growth area, let alone what Smithsburg gets in its area. You'll find in the paper the analysis of what you'll get in fees back. You're budgeted for 20 and 2021 at about $5 million a year. But in the overall fees from these improvements, because of what the growth that Smithsburg allows at Conococheague, you got an $85 million return in the out years. I don't think you can get those odds in Vegas. Finally, at the close of the paper, if we can grow the intended mixed-use intergenerational community that we wish to do at Cloverly, single-family homes, townhomes, a strong emphasis on active adult independent living, be it in cottages through suites in a multiplex building, and then, as I've said from the onset, some care for assisted living and memory care. Combine that with the child daycare center, combine that with what we're doing for SEMS, we have about 100 jobs that we'll be adding in Smithsburg. And we'll be adding the real property tax revenue that comes with building those structures and creating those places of work and those homes. We can't do it without the county following through on long-term plans for the Smithsburg wastewater treatment plant and the CIP. I thank you for the opportunity. Any questions?
Rob, what's changing?
As of today, nothing's changed. There are some, we did receive this, Mr. Cross, earlier, and there are some evaluations in place. The permitting, speaking of transparency, quite frankly, the permitting in the north end of town needs to be addressed, and you'll hear about that later today in full transparency. So I think we need to look at those numbers and look at the system as a whole. The commissioners also heard very frankly, I think, from the citizenry that they weren't interested in seeing the revenue or the rates rise continuously, so we're looking at the most cost-effective approaches, and nothing has changed in the CIP. In fact, you adopted the CIP FY19 budget just 4 or 6 weeks ago, and it is fully in there. But there does need to be an evaluation for cost-effectiveness. So you'll get that report, and you'll actually also have a full report in response to Mr. Cross's evaluation here.
I had no doubt, Rob.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, any other citizens here to participate today? Yes, sir. How are you today?
Good afternoon, Clarence Hurst here with Hagerstown Builders, 1850 Dual Highway, Hagerstown, Maryland. Have with me
Shane Wilt, West End Baptist Chapel, 723 Marathon Drive, Hagerstown, Maryland.
He's the pastor, and it proves that even the preachers will sit in the back of the church if you get an opportunity, right? So we're here today, March 27th of 2018, building that you guys are stewards of. The Winter Street School went under contract with a 6-month contingency period with West End Baptist Chapel. I'm involved with it because Pastor Shane and I have been friends for a good many years. I do not attend that church. Full disclosure, I'm a real estate broker as well. I fully acknowledge you have the property listed. We're not here to talk about real estate or any of that part. We're here to talk about this building and where we are right now up to date. I got involved with it because Pastor Shane, we have a construction company, hires guys out of recovery. to make them tax-paying citizens and put them back in the productive cycle of life. And we love to do renovation-type projects like this and new construction. So we're about halfway through the process of the 6-month feasibility study. A lot has come to light that was not quite seen on the front end. But basically, just to take a minute here today, because I hear some things around town of confusion about what this building's going to be for. And we just wanted to come and put that to rest, that the intent of this facility, the West End Baptist would like to acquire, is to be a church. It was a community school for a long time. That community is a community, and community things work well in communities. West End Baptist is currently in the West End of Hagerstown. They're in multiple services. They need a larger facility. This facility obviously has a lot of challenges that will have to be dealt with. We've not been sitting around during this feasibility study. We've had the city through it. We've had the fire marshal through it. We've had the work through the planning process of this. We're working with Fred Seibert's office on a site plan. We actually have filed for special exception that you need to have for a church in that zoning, and that hearing is tomorrow evening in City Council chambers at 7 o'clock. And we've worked through that process. We've walked through with the city to make sure the parking issues, we can get enough parking on site, all those types of things. But, and also want to make you aware that West End has sold their church. So it's not, there's some rumor floating around that, maybe this is going to be an outreach center and not a church. They'll keep their church. Their church is under contract to settle contingent upon them being able to work out a favorable arrangement to purchase this property from the county commissioners. And so the intent is to purchase this property, and the intent is to purchase it at an affordable rate they can afford and make it a church. Their church will close. Another church will move into the church on Mount Vala, and Pastor Shane will move his operation down to the Winter Street School. We're working with an architectural firm. We've already got a drawing done of the sanctuary. The sanctuary will seat about 525 people. We've worked through all that with permits and with the fire marshal on what we have to do regarding sprinkling of that facility. Obviously, if you've been in that building, you know that it is a long way from anything regarding ADA compliant. It is a long way from anything compliant which you can actually do something with today, because when you change use and start moving forward, a whole lot of things come into play. And so the church has to work through that. We've assessed the sprinkler situation. We're working on trying to come to grips on how much water we actually have up there. We do believe that we're going to have to tap the line in the middle of Franklin Street, which gets the state involved. So there's going to be a lot of processes there, but we can work through those things if we work together. But I just wanted to quell any concerns because I hear things floating around town. It's going to be a homeless shelter. It's going to be a rehab center. It's going to be this and that. It's going to be a church. And if you go to a church, the church is what a church does. They have Sunday morning services. They have Wednesday night services. They have small groups. They have kids. They hand out clothes to people that need things. It's typical community church, doing things that a community church would do. And personally, and I've told Pastor Shane, I'll tell anybody to listen, I think a church is the best reuse of that building if it's not going to be a school. School likely would have been the best use, but that's long gone. Church, I think, is the next best use because that is a positive influence into that community trying to make a difference. So that's all. Halfway through the study period, want to clear that up. If you hear anything around town that it's going to be something different than that, we'd appreciate you guys own it, squell it. The goal is that it would be a church. So any questions?
Thank you for the update. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Okay, any other citizens here have a report to provide or have anything to offer to the commissioners? Thank you. In citizen.
So moved. Aye.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Macy couldn't make it. He's at an MDE WIP meeting with a whole bunch of other alphabetical letters. But anyway, he was unable to be here. But what we're asking is for the reestablishment of the Environmental Advisory Committee. As I think you all well know, back in the day in the sanitary district, the advisory committee was an integral part of the operation of the sanitary district. And then when the county took over, that transitioned into the Department of Water Quality Advisory Committee. And then for many reasons, that just kind of about 6 or 7 years ago was disbanded. But we'd like to bring it back, and we think it would be a valuable thing for us to be able to, in our effort to continue to be as transparent as possible, to bring people in and let them get an idea and give them an opportunity to speak with us and to let us know their feelings and for us to be able to explain how things work and exactly what kind of things that we're looking at and how we're operating our department and division.
Any question? This says concurrences, have our attorneys reviewed and okayed this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because it just didn't have it on the bottom of the RF. Okay, good.
I think this is a great idea. It truly does open up transparency into government operations, and it may also help whenever citizens or business customers have questions. We've met with a few of them at your office before. I'm kind of curious. It says they were abolished for not having any issues to address, but the waste to energy was kind of a big project, and that doesn't necessarily fall under your...
I believe it was abolished prior to the waste to energy project.
Okay. Would have been nice to have them in existence during that, yeah.
I think, again, I think in terms of operation, it's invaluable. And it really does create a much better environment and a much better atmosphere. And it gives us an idea to bounce, future projects and future policies and future procedures. Maybe we can run that by the committee and to listen to what they have to say. As you well know, like, for example, the septic haulers who we met with, I mean, they have some very specific issues that affect our department, affect the solid waste department, and I think it would be invaluable to have them, to give them a voice and let them present us with ideas and different. It's always good to see a different perspective, always.
One other comment similar to this is the Health Advisory Board will, as you've directed, will be instituted next. So that'll, for the very same reasons that Dan's mentioned this one.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, I have a recommendation from the Local Management Board for some appointments. The first one is to appoint Brooke Grossman to serve an unfulfilled term as a community representative through June 30th, 2020. To appoint Laditra Robinson to serve a first 3-year term as a community representative through July 31st, 2021. To reappoint Luis Flores to serve a second 3-year term through June 30th, 2021. And to reappoint Patricia Leonard to serve a second 3-year term as a community representative through July 31st, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
Second, any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, any other staff reports?
I do have one. I'm requesting, as you've already been notified, Stephanie Stone has announced her retirement will be effective July 31st, on or about July 31st. So I'm requesting, because that is above a grade 14, your permission to advertise that position.
Both internally and externally?
Yes, sir.
Okay with me?
Okay, who made the motion?
You don't need a motion? Consensus? Consensus on that or motion? What would you? Either one would work.
Let's go ahead and make a
Okay. Second.
Motion second, any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0.
And while we're in staff comment, would you like the announcement of I'd like to thank the board for their support of the announcement of the new clerk, which will begin July 1st, with the retirement of Ms. Lum, which has been announced. That will become effective July 1st. That will be Krista Hart. Thank you.
So Krista Hart will be the new clerk starting July 1st.
Yes. Yes.
If I could just make a comment on that, I think it's rather amazing that we had 41 individuals apply for that position, and some of the other positions that we've approved in recent weeks. There's a great turnout of people in the community that are, have trust and faith and confidence in Washington County government, want to be a part of that, want to help their community. And I was just amazed to see how many people applied for that one position in particular. But it's a trend that I think we see with a lot of other positions as well.
The other good news, Commissioners, is that we interviewed 7, both internal and external applicants, and I can say each of them brought certain qualifications, very well qualified, and we have some very well qualified internal applicants as well. So that's good news.
Thank you. Okay, any other staff reports, comments? Last chance. Okay, let's give me a motion for Ms. Hart's position.
So moved.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 5-0. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, FY 2019 Annual Program, Open Space Program, Mr. Sterling. Okay, let's drop down to the FY 19 School-Based Health Center Grant, Ms. Wilson. Hello again.
I feel like I need to move a cot in. Yeah, I'm Tina Wilson with the Senior Grant Manager, Office of Grant Management. I'm here in Stephanie's place. I move to approve the submission of the grant application for the fiscal year 19 School-Based Health Center Grant Program to the Maryland State Department of Education in the amount of $200,384 and accept awarded funding. Currently, there are 2 school-based health centers in Washington County, which are located at South Hagerstown High School and Western Heights Middle School. The centers provide exams, prescriptions, immunizations, nutritional assessments, orders lab work, and assists in the management of chronic conditions such as asthma and diabetes, etc. Meritus Medical Center is the vendor contracted to provide these services. They will be entering the 4th year of a 4-year contract. Funding in the amount of $10,019 is included in the award for county administrative support.
Okay, any questions, Commissioners? If none, motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 5-0. Okay, the Emergency Number Systems Board, approval to submit application. Ms. Wilson.
And I have here today also Bardona Woods, Assistant Director of Emergency Communications. Hello, everyone.
Welcome.
Requesting move to approve the submission of a funding request to the Emergency Number Systems Board in the amount of $264,113.54, and to request funding. This is just a request. These funds have not been approved yet or awarded. In 2000, pardon?
I'm sorry, I thought you were finished.
In 2014, Washington County Emergency Service entered into a contract with Verizon, which covered 5 years of equipment, hardware, software, installation, training of personnel, maintenance, and supports non-recurring costs. Funding in the amount of $2,423,970.36 was provided by the Emergency Number Systems Board for the project. The current Verizon contract expires September 1st, 2018. Washington County Emergency Services is seeking approval to submit a request for funding to the Emergency Number System Board for a one-year extension for support and maintenance in the amount of $264,113.54. The requested extension will include vendor support on all Vesta 911 telephone equipment, associated hardware and software, monitoring and response, as well as the continued support by Verizon field operations and service management for the 911 customer premise equipment. The Office of Grant Management has reviewed the funding request and has determined the request is consistent with the Emergency Number Systems Board's purpose. There are no matching funds required associated with the funding of this request. Do you have any questions?
Okay, any questions? If none, motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second for the recommended motion. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, FY20 Family Law Fund approval to submit funding request. Ms. Wilson, Ms. Plank, how are you two today?
Thank you. I recommend a motion to approve the submission of the fiscal year 20 Family Law Fund application in the amount of $292,118 and accept awarded funding. This grant program provides funds from the Department of Family Administration's Family Division of the Maryland Judiciary, the DFA, each year to Washington County Circuit Court to deliver appropriate services available for low-income families who appear before the court to resolve family legal matters. Each court within the state of Maryland is required by Maryland Rules 16-204 to have a Family Support Services Division to implement the goals and objectives as set forth by the DFA. The following services are funded through the grant: salary and fringe benefits of the Family Support Services Coordinator and Permanency Planning Liaison, Family Law Advice Clinic, and as funding allows, family services programs such as parent education classes, custody evaluations, children's attorneys, mental health and substance abuse evaluations, parenting coordinators, alternative dispute resolution or mediation, and supervised visitation. The Office of Grant Management has reviewed the grant funding guidelines. This grant is annually recurring. The funder caps pay increases at 3.5%. If there are any pay increases in FY20 in excess of 3.5%, the Circuit Court would need to allocate funds within its approved budget for this expense. Do you have any questions?
Okay, if none, motion to move forward as recommended.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, have a good
Thank you so much. You have a great evening.
FY 2019 Annual Program Open Space Program. Mr. Sterling.
Thank you. I apologize. Did not come up on my screen that you was back in session, so. Good afternoon. As per POS guidelines, each year the Board of County Commissioners is required to adopt the annual POS program. The various municipalities, Board of Education, Hagerstown Community College, as well as City of Hagerstown and County submit projects for consideration for inclusion in the annual POS program. Based upon anticipated funds available, a program is developed giving consideration to priority ranking of the project given by its sponsor. Recreation Parks Advisory Board then recommends to the Board of County Commissioners a program for adoption. After adoption by the Board of County Commissioners, notification is provided to the sponsors as to which projects have been included in the program along with approval letters. Excuse me. This then allows the sponsors to apply for funding after July 1st. Anticipated funding for FY19 is $1,128,857, which is a significant increase over the previous years. They're starting to pay us back, and this should go up the next several years to get us back to full funding. Projects, Boonesboro Schaefer Park Pavilion roof or roofs. There's 3 pavilions and 1 restroom. What they're requesting is $54,000 in funding. Hagerstown Urban Park Plaza and Trail, $300,000 towards that. Hancock Kirkwood Widmire Connector. It's a trail that goes between the 2 parks that they've been working on for several years. $33,600. Funkstown Acquisition Project, $212,214 as part of the payback. Smithsburg Veterans Park Gazebo, $54,623. Williamsport Conicajig Little League ADA, and that's the location where it is a trail to connect the walkways and around through there. It's $37,500. Hagerstown Community College, baseball and softball field irrigation, $25,911. Board of Education, Salem Avenue Elementary School playground improvements, $29,000. Washington County, Garishop Boat Access, $45,000. Dow's Woods Bathrooms, $23,000. Ag Center Drainage and Asphalt, $23,000. Ag Center Land Development, $48,000. That's we're building a fund up for where the future horse ring will go on the 13 acres that we purchased a couple years ago. Repair overlay parking lots, various parks, $173,000. And a placeholder in for land acquisition at $120,000 for Washington County. As you'll see, 25% of our funds have to be used for acquisition, which comes to $282,214. We have a $50,000 acquisition from last year from, I believe it's Town of Williamsport. We pulled that back in, so that gives us acquisition figure of $332,214 and development at $846,642. Yes, sir.
Okay, any questions, comments for Jim?
Those 3 towns didn't have any request, or they just weren't awarded?
Which towns?
3 towns, Clear Springs, Sharpsburg, and
Clear Spring. Clear Spring is given a letter. Sharpsburg has sent a letter requesting, if they want to do it. Keedysville also. Keedysville chose to go a different direction. This year we funded him. Last year, Clear Spring has never applied. It's been at least 10 years since Sharpsburg has, and that was for playground equipment by the ball fields.
Could we reach out to Clear Spring? Because I know at a previous meeting, they had talked about wanting like a park.
We reach out every spring. If they want to build a park in their town, and the thing is, Clear Spring Park, which is county park, is in the town limits up there. So that, whatever they want to do, if they want to do a small pocket park,
every year of this potential
yes,
program.
there's no doubt they get copied on notifications. If nice little pocket park here, pocket park. Thank you. Here and there would be great throughout the town if they want to do something like that. All they have to do is reach out. The funding, we fully funded everybody but the Board of Education, and that is 10% match. the total project cost is, yes, is 100%, and it's a 90-10 match, except for acquisitions, and that's a 100% match.
Okay, any other questions? If none, need a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, bid award PUR 1385, one hazmat unit for the Division of Emergency Services, Mr. Curry and Mr. Anderson.
Good afternoon. So before you is PUR 1385 is for one hazmat unit for Division of Emergency Services. The recommended motion move to award the bid for the purchase of one unit to the responsive bidder, Atlantic Emergency Solutions of Williamsport, Maryland, who submitted the total sum bid, an amount of $632,268 even, and also to approve a budget transfer of $150,000 from the various accounts of Department of Emergency Services to their capital account VEH 009. We received two bids. The bids were advertised in the local newspaper and the various meters as listed. We received three bids. One was deemed non-responsive because it was submitted late. The department has a fiscal impact in their capital outlay budget of $542,000. We have concurrences from the Director of Division of Emergency Services and a fiscal impact only from the Chief Financial Officer. And you also have the bid tab matrix that was provided to you for the two bidders who submitted the bids for the unit.
Okay, any questions, comments? If none, a motion, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Question, I guess, the available funds is at 542 and the price is 632. There's $90,000 delta.
Well, they're asking a budget transfer also be approved, $150,000.
Oh,
which gives them.
They're in the recommended motion.
In the recommended motion, they're asking for a budget transfer of $150,000 from the various accounts.
So with the motion, that request is part of it then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm with you, I'm sorry.
Okay, motion to move forward.
So moves.
Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. Thank you. Okay, Knox Box Key Access System for the Fire and Emergency Service Companies in Washington County. Mr. Curry, Mr. Anderson.
The subject is a Knox Box Key Access Systems for the Fire and Emergency Services Company within Washington County. Move to authorize by sole source procurement of the Fire Department's Knox Box Key Access Systems for use by the Department of Division of Emergency Services in an amount of $42,564. The ARF shows $45,042.90. That price is based on the quotes, which has tax associated to it. I went back to the vendor and had them remove that tax, which brings that total to $42,564. So that's what I'm asking the board to approve. There already are Knox Box systems within the county's system. They're going to increase that number so that they can minimize the damage that is being done to businesses when they do not have a key to access those businesses. If this request is approved, we will, within 10 days, execute or approve a contract under this section. The procurement agency shall publish notice of the award in newspaper, general circulation. An appropriate record of the sole source procurement shall be maintained as required. They're asking to utilize unused funds in their account of 10/11/525, and I have concurrences from the division director. And you also have the quotes that have the tax associated to it, but I have updated quotes that have the tax has been removed by the vendor.
And I don't mean to put you on the spot, Sam, but I think that ESAC voted unanimously in support of this.
That's correct. ESAC and also the fire chiefs committee, which I have the chair over here, Chief Fraley, all voted unanimously.
Sam, is this a service we provide to the businesses, or is there a fee to participate?
The businesses are the ones who pay the fee for that. They choose to apply for the Knoxbox key itself, and they place it on their building. And then there's an approval process through the fire departments to say you're in our first due fire area, and we're going to approve you. I'd like to also give credit to Deputy Chief Alan James of the Sharpsburg Volunteer Fire Company. He helped me tremendously with doing this project. So it's been a partnership between DES and the Washington County Volunteer Fire Rescue Association.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Contracted award PUR 1381 Physical Examination Services. Mr. Curry and Ms. McCammon, how are you today?
Subject before you is contract award PUR 1381 Physical Exam Services. Recommended motion move to award a contract for physical examination services and various services to perform on employees and candidates for the county employment vacancies and for Washington County Volunteer Fire and Rescue Association of Maryland. Personnel to responsible sole proposer, Health at Work of Hagerstown, for the total sum proposal of $385,435.50 and could range up to $388,210.50 per year based upon the estimated quantities. There's no guarantee of minimum or maximum number of tests that will be performed. The RFP was advertised in the local newspaper. It was also advertised on the various websites as listed here in the ARF. There was a coordinated committee that was comprised of the purchasing director, human resource director, the county risk management administrator, county safety compliance administrator, and also a representative of the Washington County Volunteer Fire and Rescue Association. The recommended firm shall provide physical exam services and various other services to be performed on employees and candidates for the county employment vacancies and Washington County Volunteer Fire and Rescue personnel. This is a one-year contract to begin July 2018 with the option of 4 one-year renewal periods. We only had one bid that was submitted. That's why you only have the one bid. We have listed in the fiscal impact the various budgets for FY19 and also the budget for the volunteer Washington County Fire and Rescue Association's budget also. And you have the matrix that shows the unit pricing from Health at Works for each individual test that will be performed.
Any questions, commissioners? If none, motion to move forward is presented.
Moved.
Need a second? Second. Motion and second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? 5-0.
Thank you.
Construction bid award, Creighton Boulevard Extended. Mr. Hobbs. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm here to recommend that the board conditionally award the bid for Creighton Boulevard Extended contract to the lowest responsible bidder, Fayetteville Contractors of Fayetteville, Pennsylvania, for the amount of $1,892,195.77. The conditional award is based on receiving concurrence and award from State Highway Administration and Federal Highway Administration. The project was advertised in the Herald Mail on the county's website and email marketplace. 5 bids were received. The bid tabs attached. The engineer's estimate for this work is $2,415,000. Project will extend Creighton Boulevard north towards Showalter Road, approximately 2,000 lineal feet. Work will include construction of a closed section 3-lane roadway. Other work includes a sidewalk, grading, paving, stormwater management. Creighton Boulevard is much needed connection between Mulgans Avenue and Showalter Road. And connection has been identified as an essential link for economic development. This is a portion of road that's being built. We're working with developers for future phases to extend the road. So again, this is 2,000 lineal feet out of about 3,300 lineal feet of road to be built. This is a 300 consecutive calendar day contract. The project is tentatively scheduled to start in late summer. There's liquidated damages in amount of $500 per day for work beyond the completion date. This is a budgeted CIP project. Total expenses include approximately $2.1 million, including the bid award, inspection and testing, and construction and contingency. The county is receiving a $1 million ARC grant on this project. With that, if there's any questions.
Okay, no questions. Need a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Commissioners, this is part of one of many projects which in economic development and transportation infrastructure enhancements that we're calling Making Connections, which is connecting existing roadways to one another, which does two things: helps the transportation network in the county, so citizens, drivers, quicker way to get to places, but also making connections for opening developable lands with using grant funds like ARC, working with developers, multiple developers, not just one, that can open up developable lands and raise the tax base.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I'll turn my mic back on here. You know, I'm a big believer in local, and we have, you know, not only one of these contractors reside in Washington County, which is C. William Hetzer, who, by the way, does wonderful work. And I'm saying that no one else on this page, because I know all these contractors, they do. But this is a prime example, I think, as we look to what other jurisdictions do when it comes to local preference, that you maybe during this administration, but the next, I know we've talked about it, would take some action on, because you know we're awarding this to an out-of-state contractor, which is fine, but I think that some local preference with local citizens and taxpayers that live here should be considered. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving right along. Slowly. Washington County Radio Communications Management Committee overview. Mr. Witt and Mr. Mades. How are you two today?
We're here to give you a brief overview of the Radio Communications Management Committee. The Communications Management Committee is responsible for the overall management and direction of the county's Motorola Astro 25 UHF communications network, its system infrastructure, technology, and this committee loosely has been in existence over 10 years. The mission statement that was attached to the ARF was redone in last December. As we decided to, we got to the point in time where we had to start replacing the portable radios, which the board approved an RFP several weeks ago for their purchase. This committee is generally an internal committee with 5 voting members. There's 2, the sheriff, which represents the law enforcement interests, and the division director of emergency services generally represents the fire and rescue interests. They rotate every 2 years as the chairperson of this committee, and then we have 3 other members, the county administrator representing general county government. Then we have Mark here representing the system itself, and then another deputy director representing the peripheral technology. So it's a simple internal committee that overlooks the resources and makes recommendations to the board, because the board is the sole source of funding for this system, for the core system and maintaining this core system. So the system initially cost $23 million plus, and we're averaging almost $700,000, $800,000 a year maintenance fees going to Motorola to maintain this system. So
that's just the system backbone itself. That's the system backbone. It doesn't include the radios in the cars, patrol cars, the portable handhelds that they have and that the police officers use and the fire and rescue folks use as well. So, any questions about the committee?
Well, one of the reasons this was brought up was a comment that I made a week or so ago, and I know this week being the Firemen's Convention in Ocean City, I think that may be where Dave Hayes is right now, correct me if I'm wrong, and I think Dale Hill from the association. The association through Dave Hill believes it's important that they have a voice on this.
And they do. I mean, Dave Hayes is their voice. I mean, I'm not sure what their concerns are, but the Division of Emergency Services has always represented the fire and rescue community. So that's their voice. And as they rotate out as chairman, obviously they have maybe an even larger voice as a chairman can dictate.
I'm certainly not an expert on radios, and it is quite a cost. $23 million. The cost, correct me if I'm wrong, you said $23 million was the cost?
For the initial implementation,
$700,000 a year maintenance.
And then we have an annual maintenance for infrastructure and system software to Motorola.
Since it is an asset to the county that large and so important, is there any harm in adding a sixth member or a designee from the association? I guess I'm asking my fellow board members if that's something that they've requested. I don't see the harm in doing so.
Well, then you put 6 people, and then you got a 3-3 tie.
Yeah, then you need to go to a seventh.
I know for a fact that Dave Hayes did send out a survey to every volunteer fire rescue company for feedback. And Doug Mullendore did the same thing for Hancock, Smithsburg, and Boonesboro.
And this was during the determining the future, what the future portable looked like, the features and the data sets that were on this device.
What about just an ex officio non-voting member?
Yeah, in the meeting, are the meetings open to anybody or not?
Yeah, I mean, generally during the day or whatever, because it's been an internal committee for 8 years, and to be truthful, in the first 10 years, and probably the first 8 years, we probably met 3 times, because the majority of the issues, I mean, we're to the point where the initial procurement, we're 10 years off of pretty much going live on that new system. So the technology, or actually the portables, are long in the tooth, so to speak.
And right now is in the process of Maryland State System coming on, which is 700-800 megahertz, which is the main reason these new radios have to be purchased, to be able to access the state system.
That's for interoperability.
Which is going to, in a year or two, cost to get the backbone of the system upgraded above and beyond the maintenance and software that we have now.
I'm in favor of that idea.
I'd like to see, I'm not disagreeing, but I'd like to have Dave Hayes and Dale Hill for a discussion on it.
Well, we're not voting on anything today.
It's not a hurry to do it.
I think it's for information today, correct?
Yes, it is.
I mean, we're not voting on anything.
Let's get them guys in.
Okay. Any other questions, comments from Mr. Witt? Mr. Mays? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Washington County Commission on Aging request for matching funds for senior center improvements. Ms. Buchanan and Ms. Olak. How are you two today?
How are you?
Save the best for last.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As stated, Susan Buchanan, Director of Office Grant Management, and along with me, Amy Olak, Executive Director, Washington County Commission on Aging. I'm here today to facilitate the request from the Commission on Aging of $90,000 from the Board of County Commissioners that will be combined with $10,000 of funds secured by the Commission on Aging's fundraising efforts to provide sufficient matching funds for the pending Senior Center Activities Capital Grant application. This request will provide matching funds of a total of $100,000 for a grant application submission of $200,000 to renovate the small outbuilding located on the Senior Center campus. This renovation will allow the Commission on Aging to utilize the space as an additional fitness room. The engineer's cost estimate for the proposed improvements is $200,000. The Senior Center Activities Capital Improvement Grant requires at least a 50% local match for any project submitted. The proposed improvements will not result in a request for additional funding for additional staffing from the Commission on Aging, as it intends to self-sustain the project through a modest fee for the use of the equipment. If the request for matching funds is approved today, the Commission on Aging will submit a letter of intent to apply to the Department of Aging for the proposed project. The Commission on Aging and the Office of Grant Management will then move forward with a grant application submission submission by the due date of July 27, 2018. The grant will be presented to this board sometime in July for approval to submit. The fiscal impact of this request, if approved today, $90,000 of, and it's incorrect in your R, so I just want to apologize for that, of FY20 county funds would be allocated to match the grant application. So the funding commitment would be done in time for the application to be submitted in July. However, the funds are for FY20 projects, so it would not be impacting the budget into FY20. I want to make that clear.
Commissioners, comments, questions?
Explain the 2020 funding.
2020 meaning this year, the budget you just approved is FY19. So it would have to go through the budget process. If you make a commitment today to put up the funds, it's simply an application. In return for the $90,000, Amy and her organization are putting in $10,000 match, which gets to the $100,000 local match. So it would give 1 year to budget that $90,000 if the grant application is approved. The reason that we've worked so hard and so quickly on this is because it's a 1-to-1 match. So any dollar that's put in locally gets $1 back, which is typically any match opportunity we can get, we tend to look for.
No-brainer. I'll make a motion to approve with that funding mechanism.
Second.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think I've covered everything on the agenda today. If nothing else, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is that
Are
a
we going
second?
to talk about the JGBLI lease? That was something we were going to bring up.
It wasn't an original agenda item.
I'm sorry.
The JGBLI lease. Were we going to discuss any?
Oh, the commissioners asked me, I believe, during commissioner comment about options, and since you don't meet in 2 weeks, the options.
Gotcha.
The options are brought last week were certainly $500,000, as mentioned last week. Appraise and offer, which typically on standard properties would be the approach. An open RFP to solicit to any potential interested party. Swap for the 63 acres. In other words, 63 acres was offered and given to JGBLI, and that was last year for a business interest. In lieu of submitting another property, which would be under a 2-year lease, we understand the parameters of that. And in lieu of submitting another property to JG or their interested party, simply say, return the 63 acres and have the commissary one at a time rather than two at a time approach. And the third is simply to accept the existing offer with slight markups to it. And that would be no plowing, no utilities offered, that type of thing. So because you don't meet in 2 weeks, there will be a lot of activity over the next 2 weeks on this project, as well as the holiday and the primaries. It's something that we'd like to address rather than ask you to come in and meet again.
Okay, thoughts, questions?
No, I think they were looking for an answer before they left. And I certainly don't want to give the appearance of a delay for them.
True. So to narrow that down, you have 500,000, which was mentioned last week.
That means we would sell it for 500,000. Is that what you're saying?
That's what that means.
That was just a number I threw out.
That is an option of a number, but it is a number to start at.
What would be the appraised value? Or
I just threw that out for
that's
easy
why-
math.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's why.
And it would take us, I can tell you it would take us at least 30 days to get an appraised value. I've tried again and again to get that time shortened, but that's what it's going to take to get an appraised value. So that's why it would take longer, but we could do an appraised and offer. The other competitive approach is an open RFP, which simply says this building is open for proposals with a marketable plan, financial backing, etc. And that's through the master developer agreement. That's really what we're asking for anyway. We're asking for the master developer to bring that 12-point package or whatever it is to us. So that this simply opens that RFP process. And again, the third is to simply swap for the 63 acres that's there, which will be a lot of paperwork and discussion. But all three are in the interest of trying to keep something moving fairly quickly.
I'm kind of in favor of a mix, something that includes an RFP. I can't tell you how many phone calls, messages I've gotten this past week about people, citizens that aren't too happy about the progress. And even apparently some people in the community are interested in taking part in the project, and they're ready to move sooner without a delay. So in keeping with the master plan, so we're not deviating from that, I'd like to see if we can open up more parcels of land for an RFP for a proposal. I pulled some old Herald Mail articles. Sometimes you learn more out of the Herald Mail articles than you do our conversations. And that was the purpose of giving 63 acres last year right before trip, because they were sure, they were confident they would have proposals. And that didn't materialize. So I think it's important we do something.
I guess what you're saying, you want them armed and ready with something solid that they can present over there. That's been agreed upon.
I'm saying if there's other opportunities here, we should go ahead and submit that for a request. I'm opposed to the lease as it is right now.
Yeah, we haven't even really negotiated back and forth at the lease with them, have we?
No. And that was one week ago, I believe. Staff can look back, revisit with them on these options of the RFP. We can actually bring forward a RFP package for your approval as well at the next meeting, which certainly would leave it open to them to present.
When are they heading back over?
I believe Jim said earlier today, he said that they were Saturday, leaving Saturday.
Oh, they don't need they don't need the lease to go back over?
I think they would benefit. They would like to have it, but by the same token, we're also looking at the sample ground, the 1 to 3 acres that hasn't been resolved yet either. So I think there's balls in both courts to get some more done.
Okay, so what are we doing, commissioners?
I've shared my thoughts.
So you want to see some RFPs, and you want to see
if they would be available for anyone to bid on.
We can work through our engineering department and our purchasing department to present to you something when you return to your next session.
That would be good.
That's what satisfies the board.
Okay, and then you, are you okay with RFPs there, Commissioner Myers?
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
I want something going.
Concrete.
Okay, and then they still have the ability to come back and
Absolutely.
make an offer on the
Yes.
commissary and so forth. Okay.
We will probably do multiple sections